Good morning. Good morning, juniors and seniors. Hope everyone had a good day and evening yesterday. We have a beautiful day today, and we're just going to dive in today for Bible. Again, today we might have a homework assignment, but in Bible it's just really continue working. Continue working on your reading. Depending how you're doing. If you've already finished, you can go back and maybe highlight some areas of it, or you can just take a time to do a personal devotion. If you need passages, just ask me, or you can pick up and where you read every morning or every day. We're going to have some slides today. I hope that's a little more exciting and can help you with note taking. We got some slides, so I hope that can be a help, make it a little more interesting. But for the next 8 to 10 minutes, we're going to work on that reading. Again, I'm going to give you time every day to work on that. So for you that are live streaming, hopefully you are tuning in also. But make sure you get that reading in. It will be due next Thursday. Remember that next Thursday, those will be due, and we will also have a verse quiz over Romans 15:4, I believe. Romans 15:4. Let me double check to make sure. Yep, Romans 15:4. So now you'll begin your reading. Just continue where you left off. Again, it's not a rush to get it done. I want you to read it slowly to understand, maybe to learn and find at least one new concept from your reading today, something that you can apply for today and maybe the rest of the week. All right, you guys may begin doing that. All right, welcome back. I hope you were able to get some reading done there, and I hope you're able also to take something that you can use in your life that we can learn from the book of John and the different contrasts that are in there, and just different maybe verses or something that you pulled out, something you can remember for today and try to use today and the rest of the week. So today we're going to pick up right where we left off, but we'll review here first. Remember, I did say there are slides, so we're going to try to use those, and hopefully those can be a help for note-taking. So again, we started yesterday. I'm just going to run through these. These are a review for yesterday. We started a lesson on Lesson 1, the introduction to the Gospel of John. A little slide there for it. And next, we first started off with the place of John in New Testament. John is one of the four Gospels. Say out loud the other three of the four Gospels that we mentioned yesterday, if you can remember them. Isn't it a hard question? We have John, and then we have the first three books of the New Testament, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and then also John. But then we also talked about what is the gospel, right? We're saying what is the gospel. These four books talk about Jesus. The first one talks about what he did, right? John talks about who he is, but what are they? Well, we said gospel means good news. They're called the gospel because it's telling the good news of Jesus Christ, how he died, and how he was buried, and then how he rose again on the third day. We read 1 Corinthians 15:1-4. If you want to make sure you have these things written down. Then we talked about the good news concerning, like I just mentioned, there's three parts of the good news of that gospel, and it's the death of Jesus Christ, that he died for all mankind. He died for me, he died for you, and he died for the whole world, so that us with that sin nature may be saved from our sin and have a chance, or have the ability to be saved by him and go to heaven when we die. But then he was buried. He was buried in a tomb. Everyone thought he was dead for 3 days. Imagine that. Imagine something crazy as your brother or a close family relative to you dies, right? He's loved, he's mourned for 3 days. See, the disciples, they knew and they saw his miracles, but they, like his mother Mary also, they mourned. They were like, oh, he's gone. And they just thought he'd be gone. But then on the third day, he achieved and did the prophecies like we're mentioned in the Bible, and he rose again. He rose in the resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. And then we went into the place of John. It's one of the four Gospels, like we had mentioned. It's one of the longest books in the New Testament. There's only a few books that are longer than John, and we had Acts, Luke, Matthew, and Revelation. But also remember, Revelation is longer, but John has more words and verses than Revelation. But then we ended off yesterday, John is the best loved books of the New Testament. It has some of the most quoted, most studied, and most revered verses in the New Testament and throughout the whole Bible. Today we're going to be picking up with the contents of John. Contents of John. Okay, so like we said, Matthew, Mark, and Luke talked about what Jesus did, right? And then John talks about who he is. So obviously there's already a difference there of what the books and what the Gospels are going to contain, right? The contents of it. Well, so there's obviously a difference of John between John and the other Gospels. So that's your first point there. There's a difference between the other Gospels. But also the contents of John, remember we say who he is, it portrays Christ. Just like a painting, in a painting we're not doing what someone is or what they did, right? We're painting who they are. We want someone, an artist wants someone to know who the person was, right? Who they were, what they did, all of it combined, all in a painting. Okay? They're trying to portray someone, not something. A lot of times when it's about a person. So the book of John portrays or is a portrait of Christ. Next, it has prominent words. Okay, the Gospel of John has prominent words. They're in your reading. I think it's on page 9. So if you want to turn that in the little booklet I gave you, there should be a chart, right? There should be a chart. And this chart is kind of like what I'm covering right now. I'm covering the main topics of the chart. What's the differences between John and the other Gospels? But on that chart, you're going to want to look over it and learn a lot of the differences of the different books. It has, so these things that we're saying, has the portrait of Christ, what the contents of John are, the prominent words of John. Then the next one is the audience in John. It says that the emphasis and outstanding sections between John and the other books, and then the basic characteristics of John, and then also the other books. So again, on page 9 in your student booklet, you're going to need to know that chart. It might be on a quiz, it could be on a test later on, but that's something you're going to want to highlight, star, make sure you're somewhat familiar with it. And again, it just says the difference. Like the portrait of Christ, Matthew, it talks about Christ as a king, right? It talks about when he's born, a king in Bethlehem. King Herod is trying to find this new king that he thinks is going to take his spot on the throne. So Matthew portrays him as a king. Mark portrays Christ as a servant. He shows throughout Jesus' story, he shows a lot of the services Jesus does, the miracles and sacrifices he does for others. He's a servant. Luke portrays Christ as a man. He shows that, like I said, Christ was all man while being all God. So Luke shows us, guys, he was all God, but he was man. Like I said, he had the temptations of man. He had those struggles. But because he was all God, he was yet without sin. And then again, John, the portrait of Christ John portrays is he is God. Remember who Jesus is? Well, he is God. And that entitles everything inside of it. Who God is. That means he's all powerful. He's all knowing. He's all loving. And so many other attributes that comes with that. And again, there's a lot of other things, but you'll have to know the contents of John. What are those main things? The differences of John and the other Gospels. It's the portrait of Christ, prominent words, the audience, the emphasis and outstanding sections, and then lastly, the fifth one, basic characteristics of each book. Okay, continuing on. Okay, remember how yesterday we were talking about we'll compare and contrast John and the Synoptic Gospels? You might not have known what that word meant. Some of you may have, some of you may have not known what it meant. But again, with the portrait of Christ, starting with that, each author presented a different aspect of Christ, right? Just like I mentioned. The Lord is so awesome in his character that no single portrait can explain what he is like. Therefore, it took 4 men to show 4 different views of Christ. Interestingly, there is a parallel in these 4 views. We mentioned all those different things, the king, servant, man, and God. Those are the portraits that I just mentioned. Think in a term of a chart. A king, right? What do you think of a king? Sorry, let's go back to this just real quick. Portrait of Christ. What do you think of when I say king? Like, what is he, right? He's someone high, right? He's lifted up. He's above others. He's a king. He's royalty, right? Maybe those are words you think when I say king. But then Mark says he was a servant. Well, servant's kind of opposite of the king, right? So if the king is high, lifted up, royal, well, the servant is low, meek, humble, lives in poverty, right? The servant. And then Luke, so we have the king, the servant, and then we have man. Well, man, we are lowly, right? Compared to God, man is lowly. And God, like in John, he refers him to God, the portrait of him, he's exalted. So it's kind of like the same thing. We have the king and the servant, what Jesus did, how he served. But then we have portrayed man and God, how he was both. Man is lowly, so Jesus lowered himself for us, but he's still God. He is exalted at all times. Therefore, we see Christ as the high king, but then we also see him as the lowly servant. And while he was also the lowly man, he's finally exalted as God. And then the next one we have prominent words. Matthew emphasizes the word fulfilled throughout the book of Matthew, showing that Jesus fulfilled all the Old Testament prophecies of Israel's coming king. A lot of times in the Old Testament they refer to Jesus as the coming Messiah or king, the king that will come and take us out of bondage. That's what they believed, and those were the prophecies given to them that they trusted in before the time of Jesus. Mark's words is straightway, which means now or immediately. So when it refers to straightway, now or immediately, he presented Christ as servant. Again, that whole section and table is in your reading, so make sure you are looking at that or familiar with that. And when you order a servant to do something, you want it done when? So if your mom tells you, I know we're not our parents' servants, but when your parents tell you, hey, do this, when do you think they want it done? Tomorrow, in a couple hours? No, I don't think so. I think they want it done now. Okay, and sometimes when we don't do it right away, we either get told again or we might get punished. So again, straightway, which means now or immediately. He presented Christ as servant, and when you order a servant to do something, you want it done now. Luke's key phrase. So I don't know if you want to write these key phrases down. We have fulfilled for Matthew. We have straightway for Mark, or it means now or immediately. For Luke, the key phrase was Son, capital S, of Man, capital M, Son of Man, because he was emphasizing his humanity, or Jesus' humanity. Remember, he was all man. He was emphasizing that Christ was all man. He wasn't some superhero or supernatural person when it pertains to flesh. He was all man. He had blood just like we do. But, like in the book of John, John's key word was believe. Because it was difficult for men to believe that a man, like Luke tells us, a man they had touched, so someone they had touched, had lived with, ate with, was actually God. It's something crazy to think about, but also true. John's whole purpose, as we have seen, was to cause men to believe that Jesus was not a king, or just a servant, or just a man. He intended to prove that this same man that was referred to as king in the Bible, he was a servant, very lowly. He was born in a manger. And while he was all man, all flesh, this person was the very God who had made the world. Kind of a humbling event, don't you think? If we were a disciple, living, eating, pertaining, serving, witnessing with Jesus. And he's man. We see it. Maybe he got cut and we saw his blood. Right? He was hungry, so he would need food. Right? He slept. Like the story of the boat. He's sleeping. I'm sure he got tired. But while all those manly things, and they were living with them, they knew, certainly at certain moments, they knew this is the Son of God. Kind of a crazy but awesome thing to be able to witness in person. But then, after we have the portrait of Christ, the prominent words, then we have the audience. Matthew was written to the Jews. Matthew, he presents Christ as king because the Jews were looking for a king. Again, back in the Old Testament prophecy, to a lot of the Jews, what they looked forward to, what they referred to for their salvation is they're looking towards and believed with their whole heart in the coming Messiah. Right? We can believe that Jesus, because he came, he died on the cross for our sins. But they were alive before that. They didn't have that. They didn't have that to trust into. What they believed in is and was the coming Messiah or king. Mark was written to the Romans, whose culture revolves largely around the master-slave relationship. Okay, that's why we talk about the servant. because a lot of it refers to the master and slave relationship, where there is a master and there's a slave. How Jesus was a servant and he served people. Therefore, presented Christ as a servant to the Romans. The Greeks were interested in humanity, right? So Luke, it was written to the Greeks. They were interested in that humanity, the body, life, and death. So Luke's writings were to the Greeks. He presents Christ as the Son of Man, capital S and capital N, the Son of Man, because he was all man. And lastly, John, however, has a different audience. His audience is all people. He wants the whole world to see Christ as God. Just like we read yesterday, John 3:16, one of the most popular verses and read verses in the whole Bible. That's not a verse at the time that was written. It wasn't for just the Greeks or the Romans or the Jews. It was written for the whole world. For whosoever believeth on me. Right? Anyone. God so loved the world. It's not for God so loved the Jews, which he did. It's not for God to love the Greeks, which he did. Or for God to love anyone else. It was the whole world. And John wanted to portray that to that audience. That is what John's emphasis was. And the next one, we have emphasis in outstanding sections. Okay? Think for a moment. Okay? What are you most interested in about a king? What interests you most about a king, right? Would be the fame, the wealth, the fancy things you might have, the activities you get to do, the friends you get to associate with, right? The power, maybe servants, the soldiers. What would interest you, whether it's reading about or being a king? What are you most interested about a king? His words, right? When the king speaks, everything or everyone listens, right? So imagine if, whether you like him or not, if the president or someone famous came into our attendance right here on campus, guess what? All of us are probably going to pay attention, right? Don't you think? Think about someone you might like or you respect or you look up to. If they come into the room, you're going to put everything down and listen. You're probably going to stop listening to me and you're going to listen to whoever that person is, right? Just like a king, if they were to walk into the room, everyone listens. Therefore, Matthew emphasizes the words of Christ, right? Because everyone wants to listen to the king, so he references the words of Christ. He emphasizes that. You might want to write that down. Matthew emphasizes the words of Christ because he's king. In particular, his sermons. Right? They want a reference to his sermons. He's speaking out, certainly about salvation, how God is king, and how he is the Son of God. The deeds of a servant are most important. So Mark emphasizes the works of Christ, particularly his miracles, as he presents Christ as servants to the business-like Romans citizens. Okay, Mark references him or portrays him as a servant. So he talks about his miracles, everything he did for the people, that he did for all the nations and all the people, all the miracles you might know, changing the water into wine, drawing the water and telling her about everlasting life, everlasting water, and writing down things in the sand. And so many miracles that Jesus did here on the earth, feeding of the 5,000, and so many others. Luke, on the other hand, Luke was a doctor, right? A doctor is more concerned about what? What is a doctor concerned about? You say it out loud. I know I'm not in there. I hear you. He's concerned about the well-being of his patients, right? Or about life or death with the people. So the doctor, that's how Luke was a doctor. So he portrayed Christ with those humanistic beliefs. Writing to the humanistic Greeks, Luke emphasizes the humanity of Christ and gives the greatest details concerning Christ's birth and crucifixion, life and death. In fact, Mark and John don't even mention Christ's birth. Why not? Why don't they mention the birth of Christ? No one is interested in the genealogy and birth of a servant and as God, because he always existed, right? He was before our earth and everything, and he will be long after. Matthew and Luke, however, do detail his birth because one is very interested in the birth of a king, right? Matthew references him to a king, so when a king is born, you think it'd be interesting. And the other one is the birth of a man, right? When a baby is born in the family or in a friend's family, everyone's excited for that person. And finally, John's emphasis is on Christ's deity, or his lordship, his godship, his righteousness. And as such, the most outstanding sections of John are those in which Christ claims to be God, either in his words or in his miracles. John mentions only a few of the 40 miracles Jesus did, but he chose those that best revealed Christ's deity. And lastly, basic characteristics. John is basically a spiritual book. Its purpose is evangelistic, which is the good news, to give out the good news, salvation, to cause men to believe. The other three Gospels are all historical in nature, meaning they're telling what he did, the history of Jesus. Their main objective is to document the events of Christ's life. Other points you make or that you might want to know: John records less about the life of Christ than do the other Gospels. That's something like I had mentioned already, but something you might want to mark down. John records less about the life of Christ than any of the other Gospels. Second, John records fewer movements of Jesus, and the actual events he discusses are much more limited. John is more concerned with who Jesus is than what he did. And lastly, John seeks to prove that Jesus is God himself and Israel's Messiah. Israel's Messiah. All right, back to that word, synoptic. You guys remember me mentioning that? Synoptic. Okay, here we go. Matthew, Mark, Luke are considerably different from John, as we just saw, right? They're a little bit different. They all talk about Jesus, but there's differences in between them. In fact, they are as much alike that they are called in the Synoptic Gospels. Again, what does synoptic mean? Does anyone know? Again, I'm not in there. You can write it down. I'll ask you when I get down there, or you can just say it out loud if you think you know what it means, or you read about it in your booklet. Synoptic. Well, synoptic comes from Greek. Syn, S-I-N, and then optic. It's two parts. Okay, syn, which means together or alike. Synoptic. So they're syn, S-Y-N, they're together, they're alike. And then optic means to see. Therefore, synoptic means to see alike. Right? If S-Y-N, syn, or sign, means together or alike, optic, which makes sense, an optic, like a glass, optic or anything like that, is to see alike, or to see together. The Synoptic Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, all present Christ largely as a historical figure. They are trying to provide first-hand accounts of the events that took place and spread the story far and wide. In fact, they share a large portion of the same material. For example, 92% of Mark is found almost word for word in Matthew. They're so alike. They're talking about what we can see alike. John, however, is different, like we've been talking about. His goal is distinctly evangelistic, to tell men how to trust in God and salvation, to cause men to trust in God for salvation. Many of John's readers may have already been familiar with one of the other Gospels, right? We could therefore say that John answers the question raised by the Synoptic Gospels. So with Matthew, Mark, and Luke, right, telling about the miracles and what he did, someone may ask, well, what's the importance of Jesus? He was such a great man. Or they could ask any question about him. Maybe they didn't understand the salvation or why he did what he did. Well, that's what John's for, is to explain who he is and why he did what he did. He came to seek and to save those that are lost. So again, we'll go over to the next slide. Make sure you have that written down. Synoptic, sign or sin means together or alike. Optic means to see, so they mean to see alike or to see the same thing. Again, so who is this great king? That's how Matthew reveals Christ. Who is this great servant? That's how Mark reveals Christ. Who is this great man? Is how Luke portrays Christ, as we've gone over. Characteristics. John emphasizes evangelism. We talked about John records, again, you might want to write this down. John records only 7 miracles, right? I just mentioned how many miracles were there. 40 of them. John only reveals 7 of them. There's only 7 of the 40. John focuses on Judea rather than just Galilee. Okay? Unique characteristics of John. Okay? John emphasizes Jesus' own words, which we just mentioned concerning himself. John is not trying to prove Christ's deity so much as he's letting Jesus Christ prove his own deity, showing who he is. And then next, the application of the Gospel of John. Jesus Christ ought to be real to each of us, right? Jesus Christ is more than a fact in history because he still lives. Remember, he died, he was buried, but he rose again. And then a short time after, he went back up into heaven. So lastly, we'll go through these 3 things, and then we will be done, kind of what I just mentioned. But we could therefore say that John answers the question raised by the Synoptic Gospels, as I just said. Matthew, right, presents Christ as king. And John tells us that this king is the Son of God, right? This king is the Son of God. So royalty. He's royalty. He's special. He's the son of a king. But more importantly, he's Son of God. Then Mark presents Christ as a servant. John tells us that he is the servant of God. He serves. He does the Lord or God's bidding throughout his lifetime here on earth. And lastly, Luke presents Christ as man. John tells us that this man is still the creator of all the world. I hope that lesson was a help to you and maybe opens your eyes a little bit of who Jesus is. See some things, what he did, but to see who he truly is. I'll be down there shortly. Your homework, I'll mention again when I'm down there, but your homework is to write your verses 4 times, or your verse 4 times. Okay, so that'll be due tomorrow. Write Romans 15:4 4 times on a separate sheet of paper. Make sure you have your name, class date. That'll be due tomorrow. I'll be down there in a short moment. All right. Okay, welcome back. I know you guys just saw me, but you are lucky you have me 2 times in a row. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry you're punished in that way. What's up, Christian? Glad you're able to tune in via YouTube live stream. Awesome to have you. Can't wait till you're back. Praying for you. Hope you feel better. Now, everyone, please pull out your notes as we're going to get in today. We did not have homework yesterday. Because it was Wednesday, I did give you classwork. I'm not grading that this time, but so what we'll usually do for classwork, I'll try to give you a little extra time on Wednesdays to work on it. But you guys do have study halls and everything. But the classwork will be due the next day. So you don't have to do it at home. I'm going to give you plenty of time to do it in class. So you should be able to finish it in class. But that will start being just a participation grade. There'll just be a couple pages of reading and then a few questions, not a full homework assignment. But it will be an easy participation grade. If you finish it, I'll brief over it, and if your answers aren't even close, then you won't get credit. But if you do it well and just fill out the answers how you're supposed to through the reading, and do the reading as you're told, you'll get an easy 100. Again, have those syllabus today. I think almost everyone has all their syllabus for every class. If you haven't shown me the one for government, just show me when I get down there. If you're tuning in live stream, you can just email or text me a picture of the signed syllabus, and we'll get your grade put in there this Friday. Okay, American government. Yesterday we talked about a few things, about the introduction of government and what's the purpose behind it, how can we learn to be efficient in deciding in our ethics and everything. We're supposed to have righteous thoughts, right? Those 3 main things. The relationship between righteous belief and righteous behavior is proclaimed throughout the Bible. What does the Bible tell us? Our thoughts, they're important. In Proverbs 23:7 it says, For as he thinketh in his heart, so is he. Then we say our speech, for out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaketh. Matthew 12:34. And then we have our actions, what we do. Even a child is known by his doings, whether his work is pure and whether it be right. Proverbs 12:11. Those are all super good verses and true. But we're going to start on page 2, right at number 10. Today, I told the class in here, we're going to be going over a lot. You guys do have the handout, so you're not writing down anything. A lot of stuff you're not see in your reading, but we're just going through it right in class. Okay, it's going to be a lot of different procedures. If we were in class, we would be able to do a few more things in class with the flag folding, showing the flag, positioning, and what we're supposed to do correctly with the flag. But we aren't, so it's just going to be a lot of notes, a lot of content. So I hope you can follow along, pay attention as we get through this. So let's dive in. Number 10, freedom in politics and economics is rare and must be protected with vigilance. Freedom is rare, so we have to protect it. Just like, say, our parents finally give us freedom, right? We don't want to go off and abusing the freedom they've given us, because we could lose that opportunity. So freedom is rare, so we have to protect it with vigilance, with wisdom. Okay. Next, in bold terms, we have a quote by Daniel Webster. God grants liberty only to those who love it and are always ready to guard and defend it. God grants liberty only to those who love it and are always ready to guard and defend it. Okay, that's a pretty good quote. I would star that. Probably didn't have to know it for a quiz. Maybe even tomorrow pop quiz or quiz sometime. Or tests in the future. Another quote on the next page, Calvin Coolidge says this: "The meaning of America is not to be found in a life without toil," or toil means work. Freedom is not only bought with a great price, it is maintained by unremitting effort. Freedom isn't free. I'm sure you guys heard that statement before. Lots of soldiers and people have laid down their life in our country's history for the purpose of our freedom. And even today, men and women lay down their lives for us to live in this country with freedom and to have all the privileges we do. So remember, just be thankful for what we have and who sacrificed for that. Don't forget about them. Number 11, God instructed the Israelites to create memorials to remind them and their children of His faithfulness. A memorial, so God, just like it says, God had Israelites, even in the time of the Bible, that long ago in history, to create memorials to remind them of their children and His faithfulness. Memorial is anything that helps people to remember past events. Just like in the notes we have, but we have memorials, don't we? Say out loud again, I can't hear you, but say out loud wherever you are. What's some memorials you know of, or maybe you've been to that you like here in our country? My favorite one that I've been to is the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C. It was pretty cool with the pillars. It was right across from the Washington Monument. You have the reflecting water right there in between them. I was able to go to Washington, D.C. a couple times in my life so far. But the Lincoln Memorial was pretty cool. It had the pillars, this very big building. You walk in, Abraham Lincoln, a statue of him sitting in a chair. And we're always taught, at least I was, Abraham Lincoln was a very wise president. He did his best, and he started a route of change in our country's history. He stopped the Civil War. But even back in the time of Israelites, in the time of the Bible, memorials were a thing. So number 12, America also has memorials of God's blessings. And these can be found in, these are places they can be found in. Memorials that we have in our country. We have our national documents. All national documents we have. The Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, our symbols, the flag, the bald eagle, the Liberty Bell, the Statue of Liberty, a bunch of our monuments. I'm not going to name them all, just some of the big ones. The Washington Monument, Mount Rushmore, the Independence Hall on the next page, our creeds, the Pledge of Allegiance, and the Americans' Creed. We have a lot of monuments. If you don't know what those are, I challenge you to go research them. All right, look them up, see their purpose behind them. But these monuments are all for something. They stand and mean for something. Whether it's a monument for maybe a bad time in history, for us to remember, hey, this was a bad time in history. Let's not do that again. Monuments are for that purpose. They're not for us just to think, oh, they're bad, let's not have them, right? The monument is for us to remember, whether good or bad. It's good, hey, that was a good time in our history. We need to excel and keep on going in that. Or if it is bad, let's learn and never do that again, right? It's to remind us of what has happened. Number 13, since ancient times, flags or banners serve to identify and unify nations, especially in wartime, which is true. I hope to have some slides to give you some picture examples here soon in the coming weeks. I just don't have them done yet, but we do know of how flags and banners are used in war, even in today. A lot of times our uniforms have American flag badged on our soldiers' uniforms. But back in the day, lots of times, even in movies, I'm sure you guys have seen, a good movie of mine, Lord of the Rings. A lot of times each nation or civilization group, right, had their flag to represent who they were, where they were from, whether it was the north, the south, the east, the west, all right, to say where they were from. And we still do that today in real life, but that has been done for a long time. Number 14, most national flags use colors of heraldry, a system of colors and designs that was devised during the Middle Ages. Right? So there's specific colors that mean specific things. And we use those colors and blend them to give our nation or our country a purpose. There's a purpose behind everything. Right? There's a purpose behind everything. And each color means something. Okay? Just with ours, here's some heraldic colors and their meanings. Okay, so these are probably something, they're bold, probably something you need to know. But remember, go over these notes. And if for homework, even if you don't have a lot, go over the notes, review, because we can have a quiz at any time and always be reviewed for the test. But some colors and their meanings. Yellow or gold. Yellow or gold stand for honor or generosity, right? Honor and generosity. Silver or white stand for faith or purity. A lot of times, a girl's ring is usually some kind of white gold, and it shows for that sign of purity, cleanliness, faith. Red. What do you think when you think of red? Honestly, first I think of blood. But with blood, means people laid down their lives, right? So maybe bravery, courage. Red is brave, strong, courage. Blue. Blue is loyalty and truth. Loyalty and truth. After those, right? What's in our flag? American flag. We have red, white, and blue, right? We have white for faith, for purity. Our nation was started for the free will of faith. Blue. We're supposed to be a loyal nation to each other and to God. To be honest in our politics, in our speech, in our doings. In red, to show and remember the soldiers and men and women that have laid down their lives for our nation. And for our well-being. Then we have black, which pretty easy means grief or sorrow. It's a dark color. Just like sometimes in the mood ring, it means you're down or you're sad or you're angry, right? It means grief, sorrow. At a funeral, we usually wear black, or it's known to be wearing black because we're trying to mourn with those who have lost a life. Black is grief or sorrow. Green, joy or hope. That's easy for me to remember because green, not completely here, but where I'm from, right? Green, we have green grass, green trees. Usually when something's green, it's alive, right? It's alive. So when I think of alive, I think joy, I think happy, I think upbeat, I think hope, right? That's one way maybe to remember it. Purple. In our country, I think of the Purple Heart. That's easy for me to remember. Purple Heart is someone that should be lifted up. They're royal because of this honor. Purple Heart. A lot of times royalty wears purple gowns, a drape or cape. It means royal or majesty, sovereign. Right? So purple refers to anything sovereignty, royal, majestic. Orange is a worthy ambition. Worthy ambition. Maroon is a patient in battle, and yet a victor. So maroon, if someone ever saw those colors, they would know, okay, this person's a patient person in battle. He's not in a haste into battle, but he's been a victor, right? Someone victorious. Number 16, a second important feature of the flag. Right, so a lot of times we have flags on the colors, but a lot of flags we have symbols, right? We have different symbols. On American flag, we have lots of stars. Okay, they mean something in different symbols on different flags. Number 1 is the cross. A cross, referring usually to Jesus Christ, refers to like the Christian heritage. It means redemption, right? Redemption is on the flag in many nations with a Christian heritage, referring to Christ. Stars are a semblance of unity, and sovereignty. Now our flag, the stars, stand for unity and sovereignty for our nation. A crescent is usually a sign of hope. Crescent is usually a sign of hope. Next, this is one I wish we could be in class more for, but we have flag etiquette. Okay, we see certainly in our nation today a lot of people disrespecting the flag. Whether we agree or disagree with something, that's not how we're supposed to treat certainly something that means something very important in our nation. It's just like if our parents, right, they had something that they loved or that meant something to them, whether it's a garment, jewelry, something that means something to them. We're not going to go and just destroy it because we don't like it, right? we're gonna at least take care of it whether we disagree, right? Say I don't like my mom or dad, I'm not gonna go destroy. Oh, this is your favorite thing, I'm not gonna go destroy it, right? It's just not something we're supposed to do. So the flag's etiquette, how we're supposed to treat our flag, and how it's supposed to order and procedures with some of it. So first we have the nation's flag should always be. So these are the things the nation's flag should always be. It should always be the right to all of the other flags. Our nation's flag should be the right to all of other flags. It should be to the right in crossed flags. So if a staff in front, it should be to the right in crossed flags. Next, it should be to the right of a platform. So if you're looking at a platform, it should be on the right of the platform. And to the left of the audience. Standing on a platform, it's on your right. You're looking at the platform, it's usually on your left, if it's not on the platform. Next, with flag etiquette, always salute the flag as it goes by in a parade. These are things we don't usually do today. Just to be honest, we don't do a lot of these. But maybe something we should try to do is to respect our country. Again, what it means, the red is the blood that lots of men and women and throughout our country's history have laid down their lives so we can have and live in a place as spoiled as we are today. Just know that. Remember that and what it stands for. We should salute it as it goes by in a parade, as it is being raised or lowered, when singing the Star-Spangled Banner, and when saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Just like in elementary class, almost every day they do the pledges, right? I'm sure you remember doing the pledges growing up. You always are supposed to have your hand over your heart while you're doing the pledges. You stand in attention, okay? Playing basketball at college, our coach would always pay attention, but he would see sometimes, because we're live stream, right? He would go back and watch the film for the game, but he would see while we're doing the national anthem, right? Sometimes our hands aren't on our heart as players, we're just not thinking about, or we're swaying like this, right? So he would remind us. He's very patriotic. He says, stand at attention at the flag. Stand up straight, hand to the heart, respect the flag in the time of the national anthem. Growing up in a military family, that's something that was already pretty known to me, right? But we should stand in attention to the flag and to the freedom that God has given us. Flag etiquette, number C, 17C, to salute the flag. To salute the flag. Again, like I just said, we stand in attention. Right hand over our heart, right? Men should remove their hats with the right hand, or just remove your hats and place them over the heart. So usually when you're wearing a hat, take it off and you just go like this over your heart and toward the left shoulder. And then lastly, people in the armed services salute the flag as they would an officer. Just like, say I'm in the military, I'm a grunt, lieutenant, and my captain or major or lieutenant colonel or general walks by, right? Or when they walk by, they stand straight and they stand to attention, right? We want to do the same reverence to the flag as American citizens. We see the flag and we want to show attention and respect for the flag and the meaning behind it. 17E, flag etiquette. Always raise the flag briskly and lower it slowly. Be sure it is free to hang loose and not tangled in the rope. Same thing, we don't want the flag to touch the ground. Just as if something was precious to us, right? I have an addiction to shoes, right? I love shoes. I have a few nice pairs of shoes, and I don't wear them that often. I take care of them. They're still in their box. I take them out when I want to wear them. And then when I'm done wearing them, I clean them off and I put them back in their box, okay? Those are just pairs of shoes. They don't really mean anything. To me, they might, but they don't mean anything. They're just shoes that we wear. And they're going to get old, and I'll probably end up either throwing them away or giving them to Goodwill, right? But the flag is something that has stand for a long time. We're supposed to treat it well, okay? Don't disrespect it. Don't mistreat it. Treat it well, just like as if we're supposed to treat the Bible. It's God's holy word. A lot of times, and this is something I still struggle with sometimes, but honestly, we throw our Bible around. We set it wherever we want. We don't really think about it, but it's God's holy word. We should really take care of it, right? Reverence to it. Make it last. Next, 17F, flag etiquette. Always hang the flag so that the end nearest the union, or the blue field, is always attached securely, but the rest of the flag is loose and free. Okay, always hang the flag so that the end is nearest the union, the blue field, is always attached securely, but the rest of the flag is loose and free. Okay, flag etiquette 17G. Always put the union near the top when the flag is flown vertically or north. If it is flown horizontally, to the ground. Okay, so the blue part. Okay, the blue always goes to the poles. So you have the blue in the top corner by the pole, and then the flag hanging out. It's hanged horizontally, so long-wise, the blue is always put the union near the top when the flag is flown vertically, or north if it's flown horizontally to the ground. An upside-down flag means a serious emergency. So a lot of times, I don't know if you guys have ever seen it, say something like 911 or something really has happened bad. A lot of times, certainly at a base or something, they'll turn the flag upside down. People will know and maybe show their respects with that. Excuse me, I gotta get a drink real quick. My Giants Hydro Flask. Next, 17H, flag etiquette. Keep the flag folded properly when it is not displayed. Fold it double, then make triangle folds starting from the stripped end. This is something growing up I got to do, again in a military family, and I got to do it in my school, but we're not really able to take away some of the contact issues. Maybe later on in the year we'll be able to. This is something that, if you didn't already know, I wanted to be able to show you about how to properly fold a flag. It's something cool to know. Usually say, say at your house there's an American flag, right? And you want to put it away because it's too windy or something. You guys want to put it away. Usually you're supposed to fold it, conserve it, so it doesn't get wrinkled or smashed or just stuffed somewhere. I'm showing respect. 17I, flag etiquette. Never let the flag touch the ground. Certainly as a kid, I'm sure, or at least I was told this all the time. Don't let the flag ever touch the ground, right? Just like you don't want anything like to get dirty or anything. Don't let the flag touch the ground. It's a sign of disrespect. 17J, flag etiquette. Okay, never use the flag for any other purpose than to represent, our country. Period. Never use it to cover objects, decorate objects or clothing, or to carry things. Don't use it as a tablecloth. Okay, it's not a tablecloth. Maybe if you get a tablecloth that's like the colors of the flag, it's different. But if it's a flag, just don't use it as a tablecloth. Next, flag etiquette. 17K. Display the flag only in good weather, unless it is an all-weather flag. If displayed at night, it must have a spotlight shining on it. That's just more like preference and more procedures. Like if it's in like a base or a monument or something nice, a lot of times people will still have it out, and then they'll shine the light on it so you can still see the flag. Just something they do. 17L, flag etiquette. If a flag becomes unusable, it should be burned by itself in a separate container in a dignified manner. Again, just a sign of respect. Just like a little disrespectful, but like a fish dies, right? A lot of times we don't throw it away in the trash, right? Where do you put it? If a fish dies, a lot of times we just throw it in the toilet and flush it away, like Nemo. Maybe it's still alive and just trying to get away. But with a flag, the etiquette that maybe not as much right now, certainly with a lot of craziness and disrespect towards the country and flag in that sense. But the flag, if it gets ruined or unusable, tattered, you burn it alone in a pit. Let's see. We will stop there for today. Our homework, let me pull it up real quick. Our homework, you're going to have a little reading, and then also some section review. Homework, if you want to write it down, just so you don't forget it. We're going to be reading pages 11. So you're going to be starting on page 11. So the part where it says the meaning of patriotism. Okay. Page 11 through 13. Distance learners. Christian, you should already have this. If you don't, let me know. But write it down if you don't. Read page 11 through 13. And then page 13, section review. So page 13 is section review 3. Questions 1 through 4. So read 11 through 13, only a couple pages there. Read the also the part, the profile about Chappie James, American Patriot, and then page 13, section review. If you have any questions, I'll be down there shortly. Christian, you've been contacting me well. Thank you so much. You're doing well. Praying for you. Hope you're doing better soon so you can be here with us. If you have any questions, let me know. We'll see you later. Bye. Actually, one more announcement. Sorry, awkward. One more announcement. Chemistry. There will be no live stream. It is going to be a work day in chemistry. There's no live stream. It is a work day. Thank you so much.
guys, again, this is Consumer Math. We're going to be on page number 6, section 1.2. We're going to be talking about taxes and fees for when you go and buy that new car. Most states, you're going to end up paying sales tax. That sales tax can be anywhere from 5 to 9%, depending on what state you live in. I believe California is 8% or something like that. So basically, if you go and buy a car for $14,000 at a 5% sales tax rate, you're going to pay an extra $700 for that vehicle. Some states have ownership tax, and that's based on the age and price of the car. So just because you own the car, they make you pay a ownership tax. Typically, if you go buy your vehicle from a car dealership, you're going to pay the taxes directly to them. If you buy it from a private person, you're going to end up paying the taxes directly to the DMV. You may end up having to pay, if you buy a brand new car, you may have to pay for shipping the vehicle because they might not have the vehicle on the dealership property at that time. They may have to bring it in from another dealership or someplace else. The other thing you need to factor into when you're looking at buying a vehicle is the registration cost. In order to have license plate and registration for your vehicle, you're going to end up having to pay the state DMV for that as well. And here in California, you're also going to have to smog the vehicle. Older vehicles, you're going to have to smog every year. Some vehicles every other year. It just depends on how old your car is that you're buying. Registration for some states can vary upon the weight of the vehicle. As you see in the blue box down here at the bottom, registration rates for weight. If it's from 0 to 2,499 pounds, for this example, it's going to be $16.75. As it goes up, as the weight goes up, the price goes up as well. The other blue box we have here on this page is ownership tax rates for the age of the car, and it has the scale right there for you guys to look at. I'll be down here, I'll be down there in a couple minutes. We're going to look at these model problems. Don't forget, when you're changing, you're figuring out sales tax, you need to change the percent to a decimal by moving the decimal 2 spaces to the left. For those of you who haven't taken math in a while or took geometry, and it's just drawing pictures in geometry. But remember, when you change your percent to a decimal, you move it 2 spaces to the left. You have to do that every time before you multiply, and then I will show you a couple other things when I get down there. Okay? You guys will have homework today. Your homework is going to be on page number 8. It's going to be problems 18 through 30, 18 through 30, even. So all the even problems from 18 to 30, that's going to be your homework for today. We will grade that tomorrow, so make sure you have it done before class starts tomorrow, and we will grade that. Okay? Make sure you do it on a separate sheet of paper. Do it on a separate sheet of paper, and then I will collect that and we'll grade it tomorrow. Right? So, homework, problem 18 through 30, even, on page number 8. I will be down there in just a couple minutes if you guys have any questions.
class, we're going to go ahead and get started. If you guys want to turn in your vocab books to page 104, we're going to start with our poem, page 104. Our poem is Death Be Not Proud. And again, we went over this a little bit yesterday, what the meaning of this poem was. It's death should not be proud. It's not something that, we need to fear as Christians. It's in and of itself is kind of condemning death, because like we said yesterday, when we die, we're going to go and live somewhere eternally, whether that's in heaven or if that's in hell. And as Christians, I really hope that you guys end up in heaven. And if you haven't accepted Jesus Christ as your Savior if you haven't accepted Jesus Christ as your Savior yet, we would be more than happy to show you and that you can spend your eternity in heaven. But that's just something that we as Christians don't need to fear, is death. And death in and of itself is something that we can condemn as Christians, because in reality, we're going to live on after death, okay? So let's go ahead and read this poem out loud this time so that you guys can have a feel for it. Go ahead and take out your vocab and start at page 104. We're going to start with the title. We're going to read from Holy Sonnets, and then we're going to read the author, okay? Ready, begin. Death Be Not Proud, from Holy Sonnets by John Donne. Death, be not proud, though some have called thee mighty and dreadful, for thou art not so. For those whom thou thinkest thou dost overthrow, die not, poor death, nor yet canst thou kill me. From rest and sleep, which but thy pictures be, much pleasure, then from thee much more must flow. And soonest our best men with thee do go, rest of their bones and soul's delivery. Thou art slave to fate, chance, kings, and desperate men, and dost with poison, war, and sickness dwell. And poppy your charms can make us sleep as well. And better than thy stroke, why swellest thou then? One short sleep past, we wake eternally, and death shall be no more. Death, thou shalt die. Again, make sure you guys are reading through that and memorizing it. We're going to be quizzed over your poem. I'm not going to announce it just yet. It'll probably be within a week or so, not next week, but I will announce it before we do have it. I'll announce it beforehand, but make sure you guys are reading it and practicing it on your own, okay? Go ahead and turn to Unit 1, back on page 8. Yesterday, we went over words 1 through 4, which was aggrandize, to make greater, richer, more powerful, to exaggerate. Number 2, banal, lacking freshness or originality, commonplace, ordinary. Number 3, chicanery, which is trickery, especially in legal dealings, the use of subterfuge or trickery in debate. And number 4, denote, which is to indicate. So today, for homework, write this down. You're going to write your vocab and your definitions, numbers 5 through 8, 2 times. You can just list it underneath the homework or the classwork that you did yesterday. And if you didn't get a chance to finish your words 1 through 4 yesterday, I really encourage you guys to finish those, writing those out. It's maybe easier for you to study them while you're writing it out rather than opening up a book and saying, okay, this is this is that. It's easier for you and your brain to process what the word is if you write it out, okay? So tonight's are numbers 5 through 8, 2 times, words and definitions, okay? Tomorrow we will be checking that, so make sure you have those done for tomorrow, numbers 5 through 8. Entrepreneur, fetish, heinous, and pensive, okay? They're just 4 words. You can do that for homework. All right, go ahead and take out your literature. We're going to go ahead and get started with that. Turn to page number 3. Yesterday, we went over different terms that we should know, which were, here, let's review. We went over characteristics of the Anglo-Saxon period. Give me one second. The Anglo-Saxon period, make sure you guys know that the first literature of Anglo-Saxon period was poetry. The Anglo-Saxon poetry was not written, but it was recited or sung and then passed down by word of mouth. Anglo-Saxon literature is known for sea battles, adventure, brave deeds, the glory of warriors, and the love of home. I'm not going to quiz you on what they're known for, but it will help you to know what they do include, which are sea battles, adventure, brave deeds, the glory of warriors, and the love of home, okay? Remember we said that they really liked patriotism. The characteristics of Anglo-Saxon poetry, make sure you guys know these. These are the ones that you do really need to know. Make sure you know the love of freedom, responsiveness to nature, especially in her sterner moods. Number 3, strong religious convictions and a belief in weird or fate. Number 4, a reverence for womanhood. And then number 5, devotion to glory as the ruling motive in every warrior's life. Okay? Those are 5 characteristics of Anglo-Saxon poetry that you do need to know. Yesterday we went over what a Scop was, which is an Anglo-Saxon poet. Make sure these are in your notes. A gleeman, which recited poems. He was a performer, a chanter, a harper, and then sometimes a jester and a juggler. Make sure you know what a pause or caesura is. It's an abrupt break in the middle of each line, which it gave the poetry a kind of martial rhythm. An accent, which was stressing certain syllables of words. An alliteration, which is beginning words with the same consonant sound. That's something that we are going to be discussing today in the epic Beowulf. Make sure you guys know what parallelisms are. It's the repetition of ideas in the slightly differing form, especially this one, kennings, which is a small metaphorical expression. And then an epic, one thing you do need to know about an epic are things to know that make up an epic. So it would be a great national hero. It was written in lofty language. It contains supernatural elements. And then it explores the struggle of good and evil. And an epic, the definition is a long narrative poem that was based on a series of heroic events that are important to the advancement of a certain race or country, okay? Turn to page number 3. We're going to go ahead and study Beowulf. Beowulf, and obviously we don't know most of the authors of these Anglo-Saxon poems because they were recited or sung, and then they were just passed down from word of mouth. So Beowulf is an epic that was passed down as a story. And if you guys remember what kennings are, they're strong metaphorical expressions. So a lot of these kennings are going to be 1 to 2 words that are used to describe something bigger. So for example, okay, look in that first stanza. It says, "O say, have you heard of the Spear-Dane's dominion? How shield," again, written in lofty language, so bear with me while I try to pronounce these words, okay? Shield Sheafing, which is, if you look down, Shield, son of Scaife, the ancient founder of the Danish royal dynasty. Reft, which means he deprived from his foes their mead benches. One thing that you will definitely see in this period, the Anglo-Saxon poetry, is that they really liked their mead. And we'll even read a poem that's entitled Honey Mead, but it's basically a strong alcoholic drink that the Anglo-Saxons really liked. All right, line number 3, that was a good king, that lord of the whale road. So a kenning, like I said, is a strong metaphorical expression, and whale road is an example of a kenning. So if you think about it, whale road is referring to the sea. Obviously, whales are in the sea, and that's where they travel. So whale road is referring to the sea. So different things like that is where you'll see kennings, okay? Hrothgar, the son of his grandson, was likewise a great giver of rings. He made him a mead hall, which is, look at number 5, the center of the Anglo-Saxon home where they ate and had entertainment. Mead, their favorite drink, was a powerful brew of water and honey fermented with malt and yeast. So basically alcoholic. And they really did like their mead. So when you look in line 6, which he hight hero, if you notice that, one of the things that Anglo-Saxon poetry is known for also is alliteration. So he hight hero, alliteration HHH, which meaneth the heart's house, more H's. Here there was joy. Here the song of the gleeman, till a monster named Grendel, who came in the nighttime after the mead drinking from the midst of the marshland, see, midst of the marshland, more alliteration, took 30 thanes and devoured them, exulting. So all these thanes were gathered in the mead hall, and then one night, after they were listening to the gleeman, which we did study was a jester or a jokester, different things like that, the monster Grendel came and devoured 30 of them, okay? So, for 12 years, the King Hrothgar, make sure you guys know who King Hrothgar is. Beowulf is the greatest of the Anglo-Saxon poems and the oldest surviving epic of any Germanic people. Make sure you guys write this down or highlight it in your book. It's all listed there. Beowulf is the story of a man struggling against three monstrous and mysterious incarnations of evil. So Grendel, and then we're going to see Grendel's mother, and then the dragon at the end, okay? So Beowulf will see topics of loyalty, valor, selflessness, a sense of justice, things that make an epic. So there's a great national hero, which obviously is Beowulf, and then King Hrothgar. So he was one of he was of the Spear Danes' dominion, so he was one of the great kings, okay? And then Grendel, which was the monster that came when they were in the mead hall. Beowulf, obviously we know who that is, Grendel's mother, and then Wiglaf, as we'll see later on in the story, okay? For 12 years, look in line 11, for 12 years thereafter, the great hall stood idle. So long in the land, there's that alliteration again, raged the merciless monster. So long did the heart of the king ache with anguish. Alliteration, lots of those. Then Beowulf, Thane of the Geats, heard of Grendel, and straight on the Swan Road, what do you think that is? It's not quite the sea, but swans would probably be more of like a river or a lake, different things like that. Then Beowulf, Thane of the Geats, heard of Grendel, and straight on the Swan Road with 15 companions embarked in a foamy-necked floater. And obviously, we see the alliteration there, foamy-necked floater, but foamy-necked floater would probably be referring to their ship, okay? Embarked in a foamy-necked floater of seawood. So those are the examples of kennings in this work of art, okay? Work of literature. That flew like a fowl for a day in the billows, till it came to the shores where languished good Hrothgar. Flew like a fowl is also alliteration, but that also is a simile. So some of these works will be known for their simile. Simile is something that it will give, here if you guys look in your definitions, on page number 494, a simile is an express comparison of unlike things using the words like, as, resemble, or similar, okay? So flew like a fowl is kind of like a simile, all right? In Hero, then the helm, which is the center of the Scyldings, unlocked his word hoard. What do you think a word hoard is? And then welcomes the warriors. Word hoard would be referring to King Hrothgar's mouth. And welcomes the warriors with mead and with melody, pleased at the proffer, which is an offering and a gift, that Beowulf brought to demolish the monster. So I don't know if you guys are understanding what's going on. Obviously, the Thanes were destroyed by Grendel. Beowulf heard of the story, and then he came to greet King Hrothgar, who welcomed them with his word hoard or his mouth. He welcomed them, and then he gave them gifts so that they might kill Grendel for them. All right. When the feasting was finished, the Spear Danes departed, and Beowulf, bound in the shackles of slumber, Grendel came groping, brake open the hall mouth, which would be the meat hall, seized hold of a sleeper, bit into his bone case, that would be his body, drank the blood from his veins, and bolted the body. Then, as Beowulf slept, he laid hold of the hero, but he found his claw clutched by a hand grip gigantic. Hand grip is referring to a sword, okay? For Beowulf's strength was as 30 stout spearsmen. So here's another of supernatural elements that we've listed under an epic, and what an epic is known for. Remember, it's about a great national hero, lofty language, obviously, because there's a lot of things that we do need to break down and analyze. And then number 3, supernatural elements, which would be the dragon or a monster. And I personally think this line, for Beowulf's strength was as 30 stout spearsmen, is kind of like a superhero, because nobody really is as strong as 30 men nowadays. But yeah, so that's another supernatural element, The lofty hall rocked through, though with iron bands builded. A fearful wound showed in the shoulder of Grendel. Apart sprang the sinews. Burst was his bone frame again, his body. Back to his bogs fled the fiend death-stricken. While Beowulf laid down the hand, arm, and shoulder of Grendel, the grim in the midst of the mead hall. So basically, Grendel comes back, and then this time Beowulf is there. And this time, obviously, Beowulf takes that hand grip, which is a sword, and kills Grendel, okay? So your homework tonight is to figure out what happens, what happens after that. Read pages 4 through the end of the work, 4 and 5. It's not that long. And I also, in your book, want you guys to circle a lot of the alliteration that you've seen, and then make sure you guys take notes on what you think is happening. And then we'll go over that tomorrow, and then hopefully discuss it with you guys tomorrow, okay? Go ahead and take out your grammar books, your workbooks, and then the paper that I gave you guys. That would be this little guy. Let me go back to just me. But go ahead and take out your grammar books, okay? We're going to go over really quickly grammar, like the basic definitions. Like I said, at this point, 11th to 12th grade, you've been going through school and you've heard a lot of the same rules for composition, okay? But we're going to go over those today. What time is it? 12. Just want to make sure that I'm going to give you guys enough time to ask questions. If you don't, totally. Okay. Alrighty, so go ahead and turn to your page. We're going to start with number 1, some basic definitions. You guys should know what a sentence is, but a sentence is a group of words that expresses a complete thought. Every grammatical sentence must have a subject and a predicate. The subject of a sentence, 1.2, the subject of a sentence is that part about which something is said. Obviously, the subject is in a sentence in that example, the words of the Lord are pure words. Words would be your subject of that whole sentence, okay? The predicate of a sentence is that part which says something about the subject. So the words of the Lord are, which is your verb, pure words. So the predicate would be pure words or are pure words, something like that, okay? Parts of speech, all right? So there are sentences, there are parts of speech that make up sentences, and there are different types of verbs and different things like that. But the most basic parts of a sentence are the parts of speech, okay? 1.4, a verb is a word that shows action, links another word to the subject, helps another verb, or merely indicates existence. So a lot of people have trouble with this, believe it or not, knowing what an action verb is, a linking verb is, and a helping verb. Hopefully we all know what an action verb is, but obviously an action verb shows action, a linking verb links parts of the sentences together or a word to the subject, and then a A helping verb is a verb that links two verbs, or you can't say one verb, so it would be like were or are. That would be a helping verb, okay? Those are examples, which shows action. God created all things. Jesus is God. That links God to the subject Jesus. Only Christ can give you peace, which helps the verb give to make a statement. Christ, our mediator, is in heaven. Merely indicates the existence of our God, okay? So, number 1.5, a noun is a word that names a person, place, thing, or idea. Pretty simple. A pronoun is something that's not a common noun. So common noun would be water bottle, girl, computer, different things like that. A pronoun are he, she, it, we, they, them, who, whom, different stuff like that, okay? We all know what a pronoun is. Number 1.7, an adjective is a word that modifies a noun or a pronoun. Modifies is another name for describes. So we know adjectives are my cup is blue, so it would be blue cup. Small computer, long day. Long would be your adjective, blue would be your adjective, small would be your adjective, okay? Different things like that. Hopefully we all know what an adverb is. That is a word that modifies or describes a verb, an adjective, or another adverb. So that would answer the question, where, when, how often, to what extent. So in order to find your verb, you would say, you would probably look at a sentence and say, what's my verb, okay? So let's say it would be are. That's my verb, okay? Who or what are doing. So I would say, we are doing. We would be my subject. We are doing grammar. Grammar would be part of my predicate, okay? But then an adverb would be something that would be modifying are doing. So if we were to say, we are doing grammar awesomely, okay? Awesomely would be modifying our grammar, okay? Modifying our verb. Sorry about that. 1.9, a preposition is a word that shows a noun or a pronoun is related to some other word in the sentence. Look at that example, okay? The artist sat on the steps, sketching the flowers in the yard. Number 1.10, a conjunction is a word or word group that joins words, phrases, or clause. Look at your examples. Abby and Jennifer are on the newspaper staff. And is your conjunction. The second one would be they work on the staff in order that they may gain experience in journalism. So in order that would be your conjunction, okay? It's a word or group of words that join words, phrases, or clause. So in order that would be joining they work on the staff and they may gain experience in journalism. Those are linked together, okay? An interjection is an exclamatory word that is not grammatically related to other words in the sentence. Hey, where are you going with that? Oh, I didn't know that they were coming. So hey would be an interjection. Oh would be an interjection. Pretty basic stuff, okay? 1.12, the last part of this section. You cannot tell what parts of speech is a word until you determine its function in the sentence. The same word may function as several different parts of speech. Okay, so this one, it's pretty self-explanatory, but just so you guys know, lightning struck a pine tree in our backyard. Tree is being used as a noun. The tree surgeon lopped off low-hanging branches. Tree surgeon is what kind of surgeon? So it would be the tree type of surgeon, which would be an adjective. Tree is going to surgeon. Our dog trees squirrels when other dogs cannot. So trees is causing the squirrel to go up the tree, so that would be a verb. Our dog trees squirrels. The next section, phrases and clauses. A phrase is a group of related words that does not contain a subject or a verb. So we've seen that a sentence has a subject, a verb, it expresses a complete thought, right? So a phrase is something that doesn't have a subject or a verb and it's not used as a complete thought. Look at that example. Joshua is the boy in the red shirt. Joshua is the boy can be a sentence in and of itself, but if you were to say in the red shirt, that's not exactly a sentence. That would just be a phrase. And in this case, this is a prepositional phrase used as an adjective, okay? 1.4, a clause is a group of words that contains both a subject and a verb. So just like a sentence has a subject and a verb, so does a clause. However, it doesn't express a complete thought. So Joshua is the boy, look at that example. Joshua is the boy who is wearing the red shirt. Joshua is the boy, obviously a sentence, subject, verb, complete thought, all right? Who is wearing the red shirt? Is wearing is your verb, who is your subject, but who is that phrase going to, right? If I were to say, who is wearing the red shirt, not as a question, but as a clause, I would need a subject. So that whole clause, who is wearing the red shirt, is going to Joshua. All right? Number 1.15, an independent clause expresses a complete thought and can stand alone as a sentence. So he that keepeth his mouth keepeth his life. So he keepeth his life. You're going to say words like keepeth. That will be used as independent clauses, okay? That's pretty self-explanatory too. A dependent or subordinate clause contains a subject and a verb but doesn't express a complete thought and cannot stand alone. The dependent clause is used as a single part of speech. So he keepeth his life is that independent clause. That keepeth his mouth is your dependent clause that's used as an adjective, okay? We'll practice that in a second, but there are different kinds of sentences in that next paragraph. We do know there's 4 classifications of a sentence, which is simple, compound, complex, and then compound, complex. So a simple sentence would just be, I went to the store, okay? That's a simple sentence. A compound sentence would be, I went to the store, comma, and I bought chips, all right? That's a compound sentence. And then a complex sentence would be something that, like a simple sentence, but includes like a clause or a phrase or something like that. So instead of saying, I went to the store, I would say I, and then I would say, wearing flip-flops and shorts, went to the store. Different things like that. There's like a phrase in that sentence, in that simple sentence, all right? And then the last thing is compound complex, which would be I, wearing shorts and flip-flops, went to the store, comma, and bought chips that tasted like cheese, okay? That would be a compound complex sentence because there's your first part of the sentence and the last part of the sentence, and both parts of those sentences have clauses or phrases in them, okay? A simple sentence, I just kind of explained that to you. Simple, compound, complex, compound, complex. There are 4 kinds of sentences classified according to their purpose. Declarative, that's just a regular sentence, you're saying something. Imperative would be you're telling someone to do something, or be like, you, pay attention, or pay attention class. That's like, that would be an imperative sentence. An interrogative question would be, or an interrogative sentence would be a question. Say, hey guys, are you paying attention? And then exclamatory sentence would be, oh my goodness, or different things like that, that you're expressing a lot of emotion, okay? Rather than just a declarative sentence, which is something pretty simple. That's exactly what I just went over, 1.23, 1.24, 1.25, and then 1.26. We just went over that. Sentence parts, section number 2, is a sentence is a group of words that expresses a complete thought and can stand alone. And then every grammatical sentence must have a subject and a predicate. We kind of already went over that. A subject, number 2.3, a subject of a sentence is that part about which something is said. That's pretty self-explanatory. You're talking about something, that's the subject. The simple subject is the subject without any modifiers. So in that example, the actions of men are the best interpreters of their thoughts. The complete subject would be the actions of men. So even though of men is not exactly not exactly the actual sentence, but the actions of men are the best interpreters of their thoughts. The actions of men is the whole complete sentence, okay? The simple predicate is the verb without any complements or modifiers. So the actions of men are the best interpreters of their thoughts. That's the simple predicate. Are in and of itself is the verb, okay? The complete predicate of the verb is are the best interpreters of their thoughts. So it's that whole phrase and that whole complements and the modifiers that go with are, okay? 2.8, a complement is a word or group of words that completes the meaning begun by the subject and verb. So we're going to go over those 2.22 to 2.31, and that's, I believe that's what your quiz is going to be about, is 2.2. Where is it? Yeah, 2.1 to 2.37. So this whole part is just sentence parts and then also complements and different things like that. Okay, so complements of the subject, locating sentence parts, locating the verb, different complements, and then locating the subject. So we'll get some practice in. That's something I want you guys to do on page 1. Go ahead and turn to page 1 in your workbook. I know I just kind of read through all those that you could have done yourself, but it's kind of good to review those in class. But if you go ahead and go to page 1, I want you guys to do the diagnostic test on page 1 and 2 for homework tonight. So go ahead and start working on that. If you guys have any questions, I'll be over there in a second. Christian on distance learning, if you have any questions, go ahead and email me as well. But our quiz is over 2.1 to 2.37 with these basic definitions and types of sentences, and then finding the subjects, finding the sentences, finding the complement, different stuff like that, okay? So go ahead and work on the diagnostic test in your workbook, and then I'll be over to those in class in a few minutes, okay?
welcome to Algebra 2. We're in 1.2, addition, subtraction, and multiplication with polynomials. We're going to get through about halfway this section today, and we'll finish the other half tomorrow, just to make sure that we get enough practice. Again, most of this should still be review, hopefully, from previous content, or previous years, and we will go from there. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started here. Polynomial, first of all, just as a reminder what a polynomial is. That is an algebraic expression in which each term has variables raised to only non-negative integer exponents. For example, x squared plus 5 and 3x plus 4y minus x squared y to the fourth. Both those are polynomials. What would not be a polynomial is x to the negative third, or a fraction containing polynomials, or x to the 3/2. Okay, those are not polynomials. So polynomials have to be have variables raised only to non-negative integer exponents. The reason why this one here is not a polynomial is not just because of the existence of a fraction, but this x to the negative or x plus 1 is actually to the negative first. That's a negative exponent there. That's what being in the denominator does to an exponent. So that's really why it's not a polynomial. So let's go ahead and get into just how to work with these. First of all, there are three main names of polynomials, and then everything after that we just call them polynomials. Monomial is a polynomial with only one term. A binomial is a polynomial with two terms. And trinomial means one with three terms. And then anything after that we just say polynomial. We might say a 4-term polynomial if we really want to get specific, 5-term and so on. But it just starts to get too out of hand very quickly. So we'll just say the word polynomial outside of the first 3 levels there. Okay, so first of all, let's work with addition and subtraction. With addition and subtraction, it's just combining like terms, and so we distribute anything if necessary, and then we just combine them. So for the sum of these polynomials here on screen, okay, and this is example 12a. All right, so we have negative 3x squared minus 6x plus 8 as our first polynomial, plus our second polynomial, which is 8x squared plus 7x minus 14. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and distribute everything in front of the parentheses. Well, we have an understood 1 here. Well, if we multiply by 1, nothing changes. So negative 3x squared minus 6x plus 8. And then a positive 1 here. Well, again, if we multiply everything by positive 1, nothing changes. So plus 8x squared plus 7x minus 14. Then all I'm going to do is go through and combine like terms. So I have negative 3x squared, and I'm going to combine that with positive 8x squared. Negative 3 plus 8 is positive 5, so I have 5x squared. Then I have my first power terms, so negative 6x and positive 7x. Well, that gives me plus x, because negative 6 plus 7 would be positive 1. Okay, then I have my constants of plus 8 and negative 14. And so, again, if we have different signs, all we're going to do is subtract. So 14 minus 8 is, my brain is freezing, 6, all right? And then the bigger sign wins. So that negative sign is going to win, so it's negative 6. Okay? So 5x squared plus x minus 6 is the sum of these two polynomials. If we're finding the difference, it's very much the same process. We distribute anything in front of the parentheses. In the first set, there's nothing, so nothing changes when we drop them. In the second set, though, there's a negative 1. And so we're going to multiply each of these by a negative 1. So I get negative 3x squared, a negative 7x, and a positive 14, because all my signs change because it gets distributed. All right, so we're going to be looking at that then. And now let's combine like terms. So my x squareds, I have a positive x squared and a negative 3x squared. So this means when I combine them, I get negative 2x squared. All right, then we're going to deal with my positive x and my negative 7x. And so we get negative 6x. And then finally we combine our negative 5 and our positive 14. Well, 14 minus 5 is 9. And there is our solution. So addition, very simple. Okay, you drop the parentheses and add the like terms together. For subtraction, it's also fairly simple, but we have to make sure we distribute that negative. Then, as we continue on, let's look at multiplication. So there are several different types of polynomial multiplication. So if we just have a term outside the parentheses, we can just distribute that term across everything and be fine. So we're going to distribute this negative 3x squared to every part of this polynomial. And so negative 3x times 5x squared, well, that's negative 15x to the fourth. Then negative 3 times negative 8 is positive 24. X squared times x is x cubed. And then when you multiply anything by 1, you get back itself. Whoops, and I wrote a plus out of habit, so let me erase that. There we go. All right, and so we get negative 3x squared. Okay, and that's basically our answer. That's how we leave it. So that's if we're multiplying a polynomial by a monomial. But then, if I'm multiplying two binomials together, we're going to use the FOIL method. Remember, FOIL means first, outer, inner, last. So first of these two terms is 3x times 2x. And so that's going to give me 6x squared. Then outer, okay, 3x times y is 3xy. Then inner, so 4y times 2x is plus 8xy. And then last, we have 4y times y, so we get 4y squared. Then I check for any like terms, and these two terms in the middle are like terms, so we'll simplify that. So first term is just going to come down. 3xy plus 8xy is 11xy. That doesn't seem right. Hold on. Yeah, that's right. 11xy, and then I get 4y squared. Yes, okay, just double checking. When you start doing math in front of the class, it's funny the tricks your brain will play on you. And this next one, same idea. Okay, so first I have 2x squared and x, so that gives me 2x cubed. And then outer, so 2x squared times positive 4 gives me 8x squared. Then inner, negative 1 times x is negative x. And then last, negative 1 times 4 is negative 4. Now the reason why I showed two examples of this one is notice that on this one there's no like terms, and that's okay. It's just going to happen anytime you don't have like powers that you're multiplying together. And so this is what's happened here. And so instead we now have a polynomial, a four-term polynomial instead of a trinomial that we might expect after FOIL. Keep in mind we're in real math now, so like the nice fancy little problems that are always going to work out perfectly are kind of gone. So just kind of keep that in mind as you're doing your math. Example D. Now what happens if there's more than two terms each? Well, we still basically use the idea of FOIL, and that's you take the first term, multiply it by everything in the second set of parentheses, take the next term, multiply it by every single thing in the next set of parentheses, and if there's a third term, you do that, and fourth term, and so on. You take each term, multiply it by every other term in the set of parentheses, and then you move on. Okay, and so that's what we're going to do here. And so my first term is 2x, and I'm going to multiply it by everything in the parentheses. So 2x times x squared is 2x cubed. Then 2x times negative 6x is negative 12x squared. And then 2x times negative 2 is negative 4x. All right, then moving on, 3 times x squared is plus 3x squared. Then 3 times negative 6x is negative 18x. And 3 times negative 2 is negative 6. All right, then continuing on here, what we're going to do is we're going to go through and check for like terms. There's nothing like 2x cubed, so we'll just copy that down. There are a couple of x squared terms, so we'll use those. Negative 12x squared plus 3x squared gives me negative 9x squared. Then I have negative 4x and negative 18x. Negative 4 and negative 18 is negative 22. Keep in mind, powers of variables can only change under addition and subtraction. Cannot change under addition or subtraction. They can only change with multiplication and division. I started saying it backwards. Okay, so they cannot change under multiplication. So help me do it again. They can't change under addition and subtraction. They can only change with multiplication and division. And I'm going to stop trying to say it now because I keep getting it messed up. And then there's nothing like negative 6, so we just copy that down. So 2x cubed minus 9x squared minus 22x minus 6. Now, your book mentions vertical organization of this. To me, that's just extra writing. Okay, if that makes sense to you and you want to do it, you go for it. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to even bother messing with it. Okay, so anytime the book mentions it, you can ignore that. Just do it this way. All right, example E. Same idea, except with more terms. So again, I'm just going to take this one piece at a time. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to change colors every time I change terms in the first set of parentheses, just to make it a little clearer what we're doing. So the first one I'm going to do is I'm going to take this x squared and I'm going to distribute it to x squared, to negative 4x, and to positive 3. And so the first term is x squared times x squared. Well, that's x to the fourth. And then x squared times negative 4x is negative 4x cubed. And then x squared times 3 is plus 3. Then, hopefully this shows up. Alright, if I have 7x, ooh, that's not going to work. Blue on blue is not going to be a thing. Alright, let's try green. Alright, so 7x, it's not really better. Alright, let me see here. I'm just going to grab white because I know that'll work, and then we'll figure it out for the third one. Alright, so 7x times x squared is plus 7x cubed. 7x times negative 4x is negative 28x. And 7x times positive 3 is positive 21x. So that's our second term. Now we need to go through and multiply everything by our third term. Okay, let me see here. I'm going to try red and see if that works. If I have negative 2x squared, so negative 2x squared. Okay, red is... I need to find a third color that works on this. Let me just try purple. Stop and let me change. There we go. Yeah, that's better. Alright, so we have negative 2x squared. Then we're going to multiply by the next term, so positive 8x, because negative of a negative is a positive. And then finally, negative 2 times positive 3 is negative 6. Okay, and so what we have there is now all of our multiplication. So now all we have to do is we have to go through and multiply and make sure that we take care of all our like terms. Okay, or sorry, just combine our like terms. And so as we do this, the light yellow shows up the best. Alright, we have x to the fourth, which doesn't have any like terms, so we'll just copy it down. Then x cubed. Well, there's one here, and that's it. Okay, so negative 4x cubed plus 7x cubed is 3x cubed. Then we go down to x squared. Well, there's only one, so we'll just copy that down, negative 2x squared. Alright, and then x to the first, well, we have 3 actually, so we have these two and this one. So negative 28x plus 21x gives us negative 7x, plus our 8x gives us plus x. And then finally, we have positive 3 and negative 6. Well, that's going to give me negative 3. Okay. Every once in a while this happens, and usually someone will raise their hand in class and tell me I messed up something because I missed a piece here. Okay, so let me go back through and show you guys what I did. I'm just going to erase a few things. So we're going to erase this because this is incorrect and this is now incorrect. This is what happens. I don't usually just copy it from the book. I'm actually doing it as we go because I can't look up and down a lot. And so mistakes happen. Okay? So we have x squared distributed to 3. I forgot to write down the x squared. So that's something we need to fix real quick. So this x squared distributed to 3 becomes 3x squared. Okay, before I continue on, I'm going to make sure that's the only mistake I made on that. Okay, so you can see these kinds of mistakes are actually very easy to make. It's not why I did it. It wasn't intentional or something like that. Every now and then, brain just freezes. So that's all that happened here. So I thought it was weird we only had one x squared term. All right, so now let's combine our x squared terms. I just erased that piece. And we're going to have positive now because 3x squared minus 2x squared becomes positive x squared. Now negative 6 has no like terms, so we'll just copy down the negative 6. And this ends up being our final answer. What in the world? How did that still end up being incorrect? Oh my word. Okay. Nope, there is one more. Okay, let's start this over. At a certain point, that's all you can do. All right, x squared is going to get distributed to x squared. So x to the fourth. I'm going to do this very slowly for my sake. X squared times negative 4x is negative 4x cubed. Then x squared times positive 3 becomes positive 3x squared. Then from 7x to x squared becomes 7x cubed. Then 7x times negative 4x becomes negative 28x squared. Then 7x times 3 becomes positive 21x. Okay, and that's something I messed up here. I didn't have this power earlier on 28. Negative 2 goes to x squared, so negative 2x squared. Negative 2 goes to negative 4x, becomes positive 8x. And negative 2 goes to positive 3 as negative 6. Alright, before I move on at all, I'm going to double check against the example in the textbook. Yes, that is correct. Okay, I do apologize. Every now and then that happens, and it's going to happen to anyone, so you got to make sure you double check your work. Alright, so with that in mind, now let's combine like terms. There's nothing like x to the fourth, so that just comes down. Then x cubed. Alright, well we have negative 4x cubed, we have 7x cubed, and I think that's it. So we end up with plus 3x cubed. Then I have x squared, and negative x squared here, and a negative x squared. So 3 minus 28 becomes negative 25. X squared minus 2 is negative 27x squared. And then we have a plus 21x and a plus 8x. This becomes plus 29x and minus 6. That is the correct multiplication answer. Okay. So again, it's very easy to make little mistakes like that along the way, and I again didn't do that intentionally. Mistakes do just happen, and so the point there to mention is that you do have to be careful, and you do have to take it one step at a time and make sure you focus on what you're doing. All right. So that's for your sake. Now we're not going to get into special products today. That's going to be tomorrow. So today, for practice, what I want you guys to do is numbers 1 through 28. Numbers 1 through 28, green. Okay, so that first 4 set of directions there, 1 through 28, green. Okay, that is your classwork. And then your homework will be 1.2 review, green problems. Okay, and that's already in Google Classroom, ready to go. So again, your homework tonight is review 1.2 green problems, but right now you're focusing on the classwork 1 through 28 green problems. If you are distance learning, send me a picture of your work so I can make sure you're doing things correctly. And then beyond that, I will see you guys in just a little bit. So this is what you're working on now. Again, practice is your chance to learn, to mess up, to get that opportunity to get feedback before it becomes a grade. Homework is for a grade, and so that's just kind of the idea here, is that we do some classwork so that we make sure we're getting the concepts down, and then homework is review of previous concepts to make sure that we keep things down. Okay, that's kind of the idea there. So again, classwork isn't graded, but it's very beneficial and helpful to you to know what you're doing come the homework when it appears and come the quizzes and tests coming up. Again, just mentioning this, first quiz is likely going to be Tuesday of next week. I will get you more information on that as we go on here, either tomorrow or Monday. It will probably be Monday. All right, so I will see you guys later. Make sure you guys are working on your classwork. Bye.